Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome all of you to our first of 3 panels where we, in partnership with Northwell Health, are recognizing some of the top leaders across the sports industry. We're kicking off our series by speaking with 2 sports performance experts. We have the pleasure of being joined by Dr. Amy West and Dr. Jen Welter. Now, Dr. Amy West is a sports medicine physiatrist at Northwell Health. Her primary medical specialty is physical medicine, rehabilitation, and sports medicine with a concentration in treating female athletes. Dr. West, thank you for joining our discussion today.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we're also really thrilled to have Dr. Jen Welter with us. Dr. Welter has her PhD in sports psychology and is the first ever female coach in the NFL, having coached for the Arizona Cardinals. She is also a highly decorated former professional football player herself. Dr. Welter, we are so happy to have you. Thank you.
It's great to join you, and thanks for having this important conversation.
Yeah, it is an important conversation. I say we dive into it by talking about something that really no one has gone unaffected by this year, which would be COVID-19. Dr. West, I want to start with you. You work in the medical field. I wonder how COVID-19 has affected the way you do your job.
Well, to start off with, I mean, because of the pandemic, my outpatient office where I treat athletes essentially came to a halt because we weren't allowed to be seeing patients in the office. So I actually was reassigned to work in an emergency room and handle essentially people coming in with acute COVID symptoms. So I had to take on a new role and think about some parts of medicine I hadn't thought about since residency. But I was in the emergency room seeing firsthand how people were affected by this. So it definitely changed that part of my practice when COVID hit its peak. And certainly here in New York and Northwell Health sort of had took the brunt of the pandemic with how many patients they had being seen for this. Other than that, as far as post the acute part of the pandemic, I saw a lot of people who were exercising at home for the first time or hadn't exercised at home in a long time. So they were getting injuries, falling off of couches and setting up pull-up bars on their door frames that fell apart and things like that, which were sort of new injuries. I also saw people who had to stop their physical therapy because they couldn't go into the physical therapy offices. So they were coming to my clinic, sort of deconditioned, trying to do things at home when weren't able to really make those connections happen. I also saw people picking up new sports activities, things like rollerblading, which I haven't seen many rollerblading injuries in my career, but people found their rollerblades in their garage and decided to give them a spin again for the first time in 20 years and, were falling and things like that. So as far as the pandemic's concerned, it sort of changed the kind of injuries and the way people were getting injured. Now I'm starting to see more people getting back into sport after, some of them have been off for almost a year and, experiencing, things like tendonitis and, new injuries from just not having been engaged in those activities regularly for a period of time. So it's always changing.
Well, you just mentioned people who had a break from sport getting back into it. Let's keep that in mind because I want to come right back to that. Before we do, Dr. Welter, you did something really interesting during this pandemic. You wrote a book series to help children cope with COVID-19. Can you kind of explain the motivation behind you doing that?
Yeah, it was such a tough time, and I was listening to a lot of my friends, as I say, doing serious adulting. Right? They were like globally sourcing PPE and doing all these things. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know how to do that. And yet one of my areas of focus when I was getting my master's was really how we could break complex topics down to kids. And there was not a lot of that in sports psychology. So I really got into play and drawing therapy and starting to hear first that kids were physically bouncing off walls, then that they were experiencing kind of emotional separation, then that there was a lot of confusion about, why am I now, washing my hands 87 times and, wearing a mask, which typically would have been a villain. I just knew that storytelling could be such a comfort to help the kids and equip the parents with tools that weren't already out there. And so a good friend of mine, Brooke Foley, and I decided to launch Critter Fitter, which is, using critters to get kids fitter through motion and emotion, and really tell some of those stories in an approachable way to help kids be a proactive, positive part of the solution.
Well, that is amazing because, yes, we as adults are all dealing with new things. I really cannot imagine dealing with a pandemic when you are a kid. And one aspect of that is a lot of children had their sports seasons canceled, right? They learn so much from sports. It gives kids structure and purpose after school. Very hard on children. But this, we also saw this across professional sports, right? Seasons pause, tournaments canceled. I wonder, Dr. Welter, if you could talk about this, the psychology behind this. If a professional athlete who's been training for the Olympics, not just the last 4 years, right, their entire life, and then they're told it's getting shifted, it's moving. So now their endpoint in training has changed. What does that do to this, like the psychology of an Olympic caliber athlete?
Yeah, it's really important to think about. So everybody had things stop and shift in this world, right? And for some, it's not as structured in terms of time, right? Time can be a little bit more relative. Yes, it's disruptive for everybody, but when you're working towards a goal that is very timed out in terms of periodization, in terms of maximum performance, in terms of, rest, recovery, and all of that we have to put into cycles for peak performance, you're taking what is inconvenient for everybody and putting it to the highest level, because it's not just that one period of time that's disrupted, it's a whole training cycle. And put on top of that, not being able to train in the same way, there's a lot of comparison. There's also global comparisons on, how we handled the situation in terms of timing and restrictions in the US versus, Canada versus, certain parts of the country that are relatively back to, real life now. And those athletes are then in a comparison mode as well. You also took away big parts of their identity. And that's one of the most important parts, right? Their social circle, their social capital, the way they make money, and also how they invest so much of their time. And depending on kind of the pillars that their identity is built on, that can be very, very tough in terms of the makings of an identity crisis if they're in a place close to identity foreclosure, which means their whole identity is wrapped up in their role as an athlete. So a really tough time. And for all of us, it's a time when, that was whether sports were our decompressed place, right? They're a place where we get a lot of our endorphins, whether we're playing and competing or watching, we get that. And so the lack of movement has been very traumatic, and the social implications as well. So a lot of really tough times in the athletic circle, and even the expectations of knowing that your fans feel disappointed. Right. That's a weight that a lot of people don't think about when fans are complaining about sports not taking place. Athletes take that very much to heart, because not only is it what they want to do, but it's also what they really want to do for other people.
Such a good point about the athletes around the world kind of being on the same timetable, but different restrictions, and that affects their training. That's an amazing point. Dr. West, staying on kind of line with the Olympics as an example, can you talk about maybe the kind of physical buildup that an athlete has to go through in a training cycle for an Olympics, and then what happens to their body when they very suddenly find out, well, actually, your Olympic start date is being pushed a year?
I mean, yeah, so each sport has their specific training regimen as they build up to a big event. And something like the Olympics certainly has different sports have very specific cycles in order to maximize the performance at this event. What we've seen as we saw the date be delayed and then stopped and restarted at a later date is now how do we adjust those cycles so that they're appropriate now for the extended date. That being said, something that's been difficult in this is access to training facilities, access to coaches, access to different ways of training so that they can maintain their schedule. So not only do they have to extend the schedule, but they also had to adjust it to what was available to them. And that has varied greatly between sports, certainly disparities between men and women, and their access to training environments during this. Different sports, different levels of competition all have very different access to different things. So we've seen that it hasn't been as easy, even if the training schedule was adjusted, maintaining that with these changing dates is very, very difficult, especially for female athletes. We're thinking about our Paralympic athletes, people who don't necessarily have a lot of extra money and private facilities. Well, how do you maintain that, especially if you live in an apartment in a small city and don't have a lot of room to even exercise? How do you maintain an Olympic level training schedule? So, we're finding now that people are returning to sport, everyone's kind of coming back at a different place. And now we're trying to catch everybody up so everyone's on the same starting line so that they can optimize the performance for things like the Olympics.
Well, and so Dr. West, I'm wondering if you could help me out with this. So your career deals with the body. But when you're working with an athlete, whether, it's an Olympian or not, a professional athlete though, what role does mental health play in preparation, physical preparation for an event or physical recovery, which I know you deal with a lot?
Well, your mental health is essentially another vital sign. It's not just your heart rate and your blood pressure, your respiratory rate. It's how are you feeling? How are you sleeping? How are you eating? These are all things that are very important, especially in sports, because sports has its own, area of specialized psychology with it, as Dr. Welter knows. So it's something that is very important to be discussing, to be thinking about. As Dr. Welter pointed out, athletes see themselves. That's their identity. That's the main thing that they identify when interacting with the world. So to have that affected in any way, whether it's through an injury or something like a pandemic, can be devastating. And I see that quite often with injuries. Often the recovery is affected by the person's mental state about their injury. So if they're feeling pessimistic, if they're scared to return because they're scared of getting injured again, these can all affect their performance, even if physically their bodies are doing well. So that's something that's definitely plays a huge role. Also, the social community aspect of sport is there's a whole separate social community that exists for an athlete when they're engaging in their sport. And when that's taken away, again, by pandemic, by injury, by whatever it is, it's devastating because this is how people interact on a day-to-day basis. This is what keeps them motivated. This is what keeps them inspired. This is what keeps them accountable. So if that's taken away, it can be very difficult for that person to perform ideally, even if physically they're doing well.
And you both have already explained this, but I'm hoping we can expand. So, Dr. Welter, if I get hurt, it's not great. It's inconvenient. I can still do my job. What kind of toll does it take mentally on an athlete who gets injured but relies on their body for their career? Because I'm not sure I can even imagine it. I've not been through it. So can you explain what that's like?
Yeah, the psychological impact of a career-ending or threatening injury on an athlete is likened to the death of a close family member. That's how hard it hits. And one of the things that also makes it really tough, and you touched on this, is that, it's hard for you to imagine what that feels like and how deeply it affects you in so many areas. So let's just say that it was, somebody that was really close to you, whether it was a family member or, a loved one who went through this. and you're that person that they've always felt really close to and like they can talk to and actually let that guard down, right? Because as athletes, we're taught never to admit fear, never to admit weakness. So to, cross that line into, I don't feel okay, or I'm scared, or I don't know who I am right now without this, is really tough. And then you go and you say that to somebody who's supposed to get you, somebody who's supposed to be one of your people in this world. And you say, oh, come on, it's just a knee. Or you got this, just shake it off. There's so many things you're good at. Then not only what happens is their pain and their trauma has been minimized, but also there's a chasm created between them and the people who are supposed to know them the best, right? And I say, when we're dealing with areas of life, especially when it comes to and the reason why there is a psychology of sport, or a sports psychology mindset, is we're looking at the world through a different lens, right? So I want you to picture one of those old school fun house things with all the different mirrors, right? That you look at, and some make your head like this big and others make you like this big. That's kind of the psychology of what we're talking about at these extremes. Athletes can do insane things, right? I played football against men. But a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, that's so frightening. And I'm like, oh, it's football, right? Is it scary? Yes. But to me, it's my area of expertise. So it's not the same reaction. But so that to me is relatively normal. To somebody else, it's larger than life and frightening. And yet to athletes, because of their reliance and because of how much of their life interconnects through their physical ability, that's why the trauma of an injury is so magnified for them, as opposed to someone else who, like you said, it's inconvenient, but I can do my job, right? And so a lot of the times, the places and the spaces that we have misunderstandings maybe between athletes and those who love and care about them is that miss in communication of the gravity of situations and the importance of their life and how it interconnects to other things. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And Dr. West, I'm wondering if that's what you found in your practice when you treat professional athletes. And I wonder how you go about the mental aspect of it when they come to you for the physical.
Yeah, speaking to that, I mean, exactly. So when you are dealing with an athlete who's had an injury like this, minimizing it does not help. And ignoring the psychosocial, the mental health issues associated with it does not help. So it's understanding when I'm dealing with an athlete, even if it's a recreational athlete who has a sport that they love and do not want to be away from, I have to really dissect that relationship that they have with the sport, and then give them some encouragement about the return to sport, and also make it clear to them that I understand how important it is to them, and that we're all trying to work to get that person back to it, which, not necessarily not all physicians have that same understanding, especially if if you're dealing with a physician who doesn't deal with a lot of athletes. They might not get it and understand why. What do you mean? So just don't run for a period of time, or just don't do this for a period of time. And that, to tell an athlete that, it can be devastating. So I always try to find, instead of telling people what they can't do, trying to find the things they can do and the things that they can modify, and finding ways for them to participate in the sport in some way, or some version of that sport in some way, so that they're able to at least feel like they're still part of a team, still part of the process, even if it's just going and sitting on the sideline, being involved in practices, doing some modified workout while the team is practicing, something like that, so that they still hold on to that identity that we've all spoken about as being so important to these athletes. So that's a really big part of it. Also, connecting them with a mental health provider is important. It cannot be ignored, especially something like an ACL injury, for example. We take care of the surgical part, the physical therapy part, but there's a huge mental part in this, not just from sitting out from the injury, but also coming back from the injury and the fear associated with that. And sometimes physical therapists will come back to me and say, this person is just not, they're not where they should be right now. Why is that? And a lot of times it's because there's a mental part of that needs to be sorted out. There's a fear, there's a anxiety. So being able to recognize that this is a part of the physical injury, and then connecting that athlete with people that can help them stay involved and help them deal with the psychological ramifications of the injury is very important, and needs to be part. It's a multidisciplinary approach to dealing with these injuries. It's not just a physical one.
That, and what I would add is, you mentioned the rehab part. Rehab for an athlete is very different than rehab for general population, and the psychological complications are too. A lot of the times you'll find that an athlete almost has to be kept under guidelines as opposed to pushed forward, right? Rehab for general population, getting them to go can be tough at times, right? If being physical and getting that fully back is not a huge part of their identity. Oh, I don't want to go to rehab. I'm gonna skip out. And so you're trying to connect them to a community and get them to cross that bridge of actually doing the work that they need to do. Whereas athletes, psychologically, we're used to doing everything bigger, faster, stronger, and that faster is always better. So in a rehab situation, a lot of the times you're having to, make sure that they're not pushing too far too fast. And because they're trying to almost overcompensate for what they learned in bit, that they weren't invincible, right? A lot of doing these giant feats is that, there's something physically special about me, which then translates into I should physically be able to do this faster and better too. And so it's really important to understand that the response to that trauma is very different in even how they'll approach rehab. Some will completely go the other way where they just don't want to do it. They almost fall into that victim of, if I don't try that hard, I won't get hurt that hard again or that badly again, because there's this heartbreak of losing an opportunity. But then for others, it's like, I have to overcompensate. And so it's really important to dial in that interpersonal relationship that understands where those insecurities are, how they're approaching that situation, and what their normal psychology of going into challenges is, because you'll see it manifest in how they approach those things as well. I'm sure Doc knows, you'll have some that are like, oh, I'm good. Like there's nothing, like this never happened, almost just in that. And then there's others that, it's literally like you took Superman and dunked him in a sea of kryptonite, right? And it is not one size fits all. And it is a very important process, and very important that those connections to their sports are made. One of the hard things that I've seen from teams is that somebody gets injured and then they get separated. And that really is like adding insult to the injury, because now are they not only physically different at that time, but they are also physically and emotionally separated, which makes it harder for them to still feel a part of that team and that organization.
I mean, you two have done such a good job at explaining how layered an injury really is for an athlete. And Dr. Welter, you just mentioning the team makes me think of an individual athlete, say a tennis player whose performance, they have a whole team behind them that isn't on the court with them, right? But they have coaches, they have PR, and their bodies kind of help pay for everyone behind them. It's a lot of pressure, but I wonder, in terms of mental health, what are some of the biggest challenges aside from injuries that athletes face nowadays that maybe they didn't face 15 or 20 years ago? Dr. Welter, let's start with you.
Well, you mentioned the tennis player and how their bodies really are a product, and they're an asset to that entire team, right? that's pressure in a number of ways, right? You see it manifest in image consciousness, in body and muscle dysmorphia, in a lot of eating disorders, depending on the industry, particularly if there are weight limits and some of that, both for males and females. So there's definitely a body consciousness, right? Which sometimes gets to the extremes of performance, whether it's, overworking out, over pushing yourself, not enough nutrients. There is a meticulous care that gets to it. And it's also very much that they are under a microscope in terms of the pressure, both in terms of performance pressure, but also presentation of self pressure, right? Particularly in, fandom can be very tough, very cruel. I always say, be great, don't read the comments, right? Like, because no matter how good you are on or off the court, there's always going to be those people that are tough about it. But it is particularly hard, especially in a solo sport, because the outcome is really on your shoulders, right? In a team sport, your identity is, yes, it's yours, but it's also yours as a part of this big unit. Whereas in a solo sport, the outcome is yours, right? And the mistakes are yours, and you do have all of these people with you. So there is very much a magnifying glass on all the things that you do, what you say, how you respond, and how you look. And I would say that's one of the most kind of the toughest elements of what we see today because of social media and access to two-way communication, as opposed to you're just playing a match and you're on TV and maybe there was a commentator or a newspaper article. Now it's 24/7 and a pressure to be on to all people at all times. There's lots of vested kind of people with a vested interest, right? People who are pulling from you, whether it's the social team, the trainers and all of that, or the fans as well.
And Dr. West, from the physical aspect, is there more pressure nowadays to do greater things physically? Because you kind of always hear about, well, training has gotten better, technology has gotten better, so people should be faster, stronger. What does that do for athletes physically? Is that true? Is that what we're seeing?
I mean, yeah. So nowadays with social media, I mean, you can have a high school kid post a video of him doing something and it's seen by a million people in a matter of hours. This is a new kind of pressure that athletes are under, because there's always someone better than you and you can see them. and there's people who will tell you about that at all times, especially with female athletes. We're kind of in a place right now where we're seeing a shift. We're not just focusing on what the female body looks like, but what it can do and do physically. And that's been sort of changing over the past few years. I've seen that the emphasis is not just being on like small and skinny, and a female athlete is not, just a dancer or an ice skater. It's a football player. It's someone who's, it's someone who's playing basketball at a high level. I mean, these are requiring a physical presence that was not necessarily associated with female athletes 20 years ago. So seeing that change is encouraging, but at the same time, there are people who kind of stand on all different parts of that spectrum as far as what they see a female athlete as being and what female athletes are and are becoming. So there's been an increase in training women differently, sort of bringing them up to the same standards that the men have been held to, focusing on the fitness piece of it. Right now we've seen this social media post that's gone viral with showing the different weight rooms of the NCAA men's tournament versus the women's tournament. And the men have a gigantic weight room, for Olympians, and the women have a rack of dumbbells in the corner. So this idea that, not everyone is on the same page as how women physically can perform better and the things that they should and should not be able to do. And we still have progress to make in that respect, but I have seen encouraging things happening. So I'm excited for that going forward.
Well, you specialize in treating female athletes. What does that entail? I just wonder how your medical treatment and training of female athletes differs from that of a male athlete.
Well, so female athletes in general, females are not just smaller versions of men, right? So females have a unique hormonal aspect to certainly talking about menstruation and how that affects injury rates and muscle mass and body composition and things like that. Biomechanically, we are built differently, and our joints move differently, and that's something that has to be taken into consideration as well. So when treating a female athlete, there are many layers to dissecting why injuries may or may not have happened. And then there's the whole mental health aspect of it, the social pressures, things like that are not always brought to the forefront when treating an injury. So things like energy intake and looking for disordered eating, how that affects menstruation and bone health is important in dissecting. If I see someone, for example, with a stress fracture, that's a very layered conversation. I have to talk about what they're eating. I have to talk about how much they're training. I have to talk about what kind of pressures they're under, and I have to look at how their joints are moving. And I have to treat the fracture and dissect those other pieces. Because if I'm just looking at the fracture and I just put them in a cast and tell them come back in 4 weeks, maybe the fracture will heal, but they'll be back again with another one. So having to dissect all those layers is important in treating a female athlete completely.
Dr. Welter, you're nodding your head.
Absolutely. I mean, she's spot on, right? Women and men, we have many similarities, but we also have many unique facets that really taking into account, you can't separate them, right? Nor should you. Maybe years ago, they just tried to fit the women into their own box or a smaller version of a men's box, but how all of those things fit into also your vision of self, right? There's still very much a socialization challenge and narrative narratives that are associated with being female athletes, right? You do look at where you are in your sport relative to men, right? You do see that their weight room is, a palace, and yours are dumbbells that, what am I supposed to do? Warm up with this, right? Like, those situations, though you want to say, I'm the best in the world and this is the best on the best, like those resource disparities are very real, and you can't not see them or feel them. And that does translate into, what you can dedicate to the sport. And also there are pressures on women, in terms of competition and children. How does that figure out? How does that figure into the life cycle of your career, right? And what does taking that time mean? We saw the big case with Nike and what the implications were of having pregnancy and on your contract, right? Those are all such important things that we have to look at. And we also have to look at that, 4% of the media coverage, sports media coverage, goes to women in sports. And what role does that then play on the next generation of athletes who see very clearly in the places where I say sports suffer from sins of omission, right? You don't have to tell a girl that her competition is important. Isn't as important. It's reinforced every place she is not. Every place she can't see someone who looks like her. And those things then impact whether or not girls stay in sports and their confidence or their connection to other female mentors. So when we look at female athletes, there are not only the physiological differences, but the psychological pressures as well.
Yeah, and that interaction, this idea that we are equal but different, and often people perceive it, one of those things is off, so this idea that we want the same things, but we have to approach them a little bit differently. And that sometimes can be difficult for the powers that be to comprehend.
Right.
Dr. West, I was just going to follow up with that. What should the narrative be there? Because yes, you're right. Sometimes it seems like people try to pin these two narratives against each other, like they can't work in tandem. So how do we control that narrative? What is the narrative?
Well, part of it's this idea of equal but different. We as female athletes, we want to achieve the same things. Our bodies are capable of achieving those things. And pound for pound, when you look at the scientific data, women and men actually have equal performance relative to their body composition. The best female athlete and the best male athlete in the same sport can perform equally as well, given that their body compositions are slightly different. And I think because the absolute number might not be the same, the time or the weight or whatever it is might not be the same, then the female is automatically sort of downgraded. But when you look at the body composition and the hormonal milieu that the body exists in, it sometimes actually outperforms the men in certain sports. So, this idea of building up those accomplishments, expecting great things from female athletes and giving them the resources to achieve those things. I think we're still behind in that. So it's harder for women to achieve those things as athletes. I mean, I saw an article in a newspaper a few years ago, and it said something about why women can't do pull-ups. And that's crazy to me, because I know many women who do many pull-ups. And if you put that expectation on a woman that she can't do them, or that she shouldn't be able to because her body just won't let her, then that's what you will achieve. And it's crazy. So, restructuring that narrative to especially to young women, and having role models to show them that it's possible. And part of that is getting the media to pay attention to it and lift up women's voices. I mean, I just saw a video on YouTube of high school girls dunking basketballs. I was like, this is amazing. But this should be on TV. We should be seeing this. So things like that. So boosting each other up, having platforms like this where we can talk about it and get it in people's faces, I think is the first step.
Dr. Welter, I see you agreeing with Dr. West.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think a lot of it comes from perception, and where we start the narrative, right? If you look at, for example, basketball, okay? Because we always get, oh, well, the women don't dunk, this, that, and the other. Okay. But that means that you've set the value proposition that great basketball equals dunking a basketball. Now, if you set the value proposition with what I've heard from basketball experts, which is, the women are better with passing, the strategy of the game, some of those elements. If you started there and said that this was what the top level of basketball looked like, then you watched the NBA, you might be like, why are they traveling all the time? Or why do they keep going to the hoop when you could have worked your teammates better, right? It really depends where we put emphasis on what's important, and why is the goal for a woman to be on par with a man, right? Why is it not this is the best of the best and she deserves the best of the best training as her body and her unique chemistry dictates, right? So meaning, hey, we both deserve, a great nutrition program, right? We deserve to know what our body needs, and we're going to get it, right? As an athlete. Okay. That means we have to know your body, and then we're going to come up with the solution. That means you have to start with the individual and then allocate the resources, instead of we just need to replicate the resources off what somebody else gets. That means we're always off because we're going off someone else's standard that's set, rather than looking at the situation and seeing how it can be optimized for each individual and having that be the goal, as opposed to something that is, that is fundamentally grounded in comparison.
Well, believe it or not, our time is almost up, and I have such an important concept to present. Dr. Welter, we've already mentioned social media a lot on here. I am of the opinion that sometimes the meanest, but voices can be the loudest, even if they're the fewest. And I think sometimes we see that in the case of women getting involved on the sidelines of male sports, like football. But I wonder, those opinions of the few on social media, is that the treatment you receive when you work with male athletes and you're coaching them?
No. I have found the athletes that I've worked with, the guys, to be just outstanding, right? Guys want to be better. If you can make them better, they'll listen. I've also seen them be protectors in terms of my treatment, whether it was when I played with the guys or when I coached them. They actually can be the very best of the best. And that's what I've witnessed. You know, it's like you see the best of the relationships of how it can be with respect between men and women. I've never felt that way from the guys that I coached, though I have definitely been a target of that on, you know, from the exterior. And I think that's the difference between being an insider and an outsider. An outsider always wants to find a difference or a way to make themselves feel justified by breaking somebody else down. Whereas those who are committed to the best of the best really want those around to bring them out in them as players, but also as people. You know, if you read the comments, and I went back and did it at one point because I'd had them referenced so many times. If you read the comments of what the Cardinals players said, for example, after I was there was a lot of, there was a through line of, she not only made us better as players, but as people. And ultimately, that's the goal. And if somebody's missing that on social media, they're missing the point, or they're missing a whole lot of the points. So it's a definite world. And I see you shaking your head as well, Doc. I mean, I know that they thought of me as like their secret weapon at times, and we're very protective. I know one situation I was in, not with the Cardinals, but in another situation, there was a coach who, just the dynamic wasn't good. He didn't respect when I was coaching players and some of that. And the guys would literally be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Coach Jen just told me that," or "she was talking," or, and they would make sure that I was not only heard, but I was not left to fend for myself in those situations. And I think that that's really powerful as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm same thing. I work in an orthopedics department, and it's mostly men. And I work with teams, and often I'm the only female physician involved with the teams, even with women's teams. And it's a similar thing. I think sometimes even with patients, I sometimes have to work a little harder to get that level of respect. Or sometimes men sort of want, patients, for example, like sort of, they see you and they're like, "We're not sure if she knows what she's talking about." And then you have to sort of win them over a little bit. So sometimes there's a little bit of that, of sort of, you have to work a little bit harder to get that respect. But overall, people have been very supportive. And then once you earn that trust and that respect, then, it's like anybody else. It's, as females, we're always looking, for a seat at the table in some of these areas, and sometimes we just have to make our own table and start our own thing. So whether it's working within a department, and now we're trying to establish a women's sports program, so we'll create our own thing. So there's ways to do it, but sometimes it takes a little bit more effort up front.
Well, in terms of your respective careers, are we headed in the right direction? Dr. West, we'll start with you. Are we headed in the right direction in orthopedics, reaching equity for both genders?
I think so. And especially recently, there's been an effort to kind of examine the field and look inward to see, how can we do better? How can we engage more younger physicians who are, students who are interested in the field, to attract them to come to the field, and by having more women involved, then that can sort of reflect the patient care that we give, being able to better treat women and to treat female athletes. If we have more providers, as Dr. Welter was saying before, if an athlete can and look and see someone like them doing something that can have someone look like them in the field that they want to go into, then that can just help inspire. And similarly with athletes, if we have more women involved in orthopedics, it will result in better care for female athletes. So I think we are going in the right direction. We are certainly actively trying to improve things, and that's the first step is recognizing that there's some issues and then working to try to change it.
And Dr. Welter, how about you? And coaching, for example, no matter how you identify what your gender is there more space for that diversity on the sideline right now? Are we going in the right direction?
I always say patience is a virtue, and clearly I'm not that virtuous because, I'd love to see it all right now and to say we have all of the answers and none of the questions and that we're close. Coaching is at an interesting point. We are seeing more gender diversity in men's professional sports. But we've also seen at the collegiate level, some of the jobs that in women's sports were traditionally mostly coached by women. As the dollar values associated with those contracts have gone up, it's attracted a lot more male coaches. So now you have predominantly men coaching the men and then more men coaching in women's as well. So you are seeing some of the crossover in terms of, women coaching men, but you've seen not as much growth in terms of women coaching overall. So I think we need to make sure that we're being intentional in really opening pipelines at all levels to women in sports and making that an attractive career path. I think a lot of the times we focus on, and even if you picture in your mind, right, for most of you out there, if I were to ask you to picture a coach, what would you picture? Right. And for us to truly create societal change, we have to change some of those narratives. Right. There are very few, for example, like if we look at extended narratives, can you name a movie with female coaches? You can name a ton of sports movies with a ton of guys up front, but very few with women in those roles. So we're still behind in terms of how we set up what a coach looks like and where that fits, I think, in our culture as a whole. Yes, we have made some progress, but we need to be far more progressive in our thinking and in our communication around those things.
Well, Dr. West, Dr. Welter, unfortunately, I cannot believe we've reached our time. I could talk to you two forever, but I know you are very busy and have a lot to do. You have given us so much to think about. Thank you for this thoughtful conversation. We really appreciate it and hope you have a great day.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome all of you to our second of 3 panels where we, in partnership with Northwell Health, are speaking with some of the top leaders in the sports industry. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce our guest for this executive panel. I'll start by welcoming Katherine Carlson, who is the SVP of Revenue and Strategy for the Philadelphia Eagles, where she recently played an integral part in making the Eagles the first esports tournament provider in the NFL. Katherine, thank you for taking the time to speak with us today.
Thank you very much, Marianne. Really excited to be here today.
And we're also excited to have Ishwara Glassman-Krein. She's with us. She is the head of sports partnership at Verizon Media and Yahoo Sports. She was named to the Sports Business Journal 40 Under 40 class of 2020. Ishwara, such a pleasure to have you.
Thanks for having me.
And also named to that Sports Business Journal 40 Under 40, Zaylene Jen Mohammed. Zaylene is the head of partnership development and innovation for the LA 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games. Zaylene, we so appreciate you being here.
Happy to be here, Miriam.
Yeah, and I suppose one of the benefits of these video calls, right, is that we are all able to do this because getting you guys together for an in-person event with your schedules would be near to impossible. We have a lot of stuff to talk about. I say we get to it. I say let's start with COVID-19, the thing that brought us all onto these video calls. Parts of the sports world went on pause this year because of the pandemic. I think everyone learned a lot during that time and is learning a lot still. Katherine, I want to start with you, though. In what ways has COVID-19 either reframed or maybe reinforced what sports really mean to fans and consumers?
Yeah, I think what COVID reinforced for me is our reliance on face-to-face meetings, face-to-face fan engagements and events, and then also our game days, that was such a part of the sports tradition. So for us, it was a massive transition going from stadiums full of 70,000 fans and doing up to 250 events a year to having, 3 games this year that we had fans. And at that, it was limited, to 5,500 fans. So that was just such a change of course throughout the season. And what I discovered is that the desire for live sporting events is really strong. And we also discovered that our fans were just hungry for more content. So they couldn't get it through the players on the field, but they wanted it through other avenues, whether that was digital, social, however they could get it. And I think there was a point early in the spring where we just had no sports were being played across the globe, which is just such an anomaly. I think it's a once in a lifetime, turn of events. And then all of a sudden we had the draft, the NFL draft. I think it was late April in 2020. And what was interesting to me, and this led to my thought, people are just craving anything to do with sports, is we had to flip a whole NFL draft to becoming virtual.
Right. And
it was really interesting and really well done because of 15 million people tuned in that Thursday night, up 37% from the previous year. So it really was interesting because fans actually really enjoyed it because you were seeing where your coach or GM's house looked like or where the players and their families. So it actually became really engaging content. And so, I think it was an interesting way reinforcing our fans' desire to really get back to sports. And, I think as the season, even though we didn't always have fans in our stadiums, the NFL presence on TV was strong. Like if you look at the rankings, 24 of the 25 top shows on TV were actually NFL games. So it really spoke to the fact that our fans were really craving sports. They couldn't get to a stadium, but they were watching it on television. So I think it reinforced the fact that sports is here to stay, and our fans just love it, whether they're at the stadium or not. They'll figure out other ways to engage and with your brand, with your team, with your venue. So that's spiel.
Yeah, that draft, one very memorable moment for me includes a dog sitting at the table. I think we all know what I'm referring to. Now, Zaylene, you've spoken about how the Olympics are really special because everyone rallies behind their country. It's not just about the sport, it's about their country doing well, and that brings everyone together. I wonder, kind of in line with what Catherine was saying, does that extend beyond the Olympics to just, kind of our everyday professional sports?
Yeah, I mean, I think when a fan has avidity towards something, whether that's their country or their team, it is strong. And sport brings about this passion that is typically unmatched with other passion areas in your life. For the most part, I think Catherine's answer was spot on. I think, if this question is about reframing or reinforce, the reframing for me has been in the area of the changes in broadcast. I mean, we experienced it here just in this session, right? How different production teams have to be and how agile they have to be to kind of deal with different situations. I think broadcasting is going to be probably the industry that we see the most change in because they've had to be really nimble and really efficient in how they develop content. I think content has changed. The way I consume sports today is very different than how I consumed a year ago. And so that reframing has actually been really good to see. And I expect that to change. I think the reinforcing is to Catherine's point, like I miss sport. I miss going to a game. I miss having family and friends over watching a game in my house. I miss all the things that go around with that, the trash talking and the yelling and the throwing the football outside and whatever your family or your friend circle does. And so, I think as much as content has changed that, and you're getting different types of content fed to you that appeal to your curiosity and, different senses, there's nothing that replaces the experience of watching a game either live or in your house with people around you. And so I'm excited for that to return, even though it might change a little bit. I can't wait.
Yeah, Ishwara, so Zaleen just mentioned how, in particular, broadcast, for example, has really had to adjust how they do things. How have you adjusted your business operations approach over, the past year of the pandemic?
Yeah, for sure. I guess, first of all, it makes me really lucky to work in sports. I really do miss going to live events, and we're all fortunate to work in sports. I think the one thing it's important to remember is that 99% of fans actually don't go to games in person. I mean, we're all really fortunate that we work in sports and probably get to go to more than our fair share of them. And it's wonderful, and it's the lifeblood of the industry, and a lot of jobs depend on it. But most people consume sports by watching on TV or their phone. And so, but to Zyleen's point, a lot of people do that socially. Like I have a lot of my colleagues, March Madness and brackets are big for us, would have definitely spent most of this weekend and probably, in all honesty, some of, the days and work days at a bar with their friends, So that's something people miss, even though many of them wouldn't have gone to Indianapolis or San Antonio in person, they missed that. So, as Verizon, we actually, I don't know that we changed our priorities a lot, but we did, some things did happen faster. So, as Catherine mentioned, the NFL did have a good season this year. We broadcast all those NFL games, but we changed them this year so that you could watch with your friends. We called it Watch Together. So I got to watch a Chargers game with my dad, who sits 3,000 miles away, but we could see each other and chat while we watched the game. And then, as we announced last week, we are launching a new product called Draft Together, where you're going to be able to draft your teams while video conferencing. I mean, one of the most fun times for those who play fantasy football or hockey or baseball or basketball is the draft. And most people like to do it in person. And maybe we can't do it right now in person, but it'd be more fun to be able to see and talk to your friends when they steal your favorite player.
Well, so here's the $1 million question, I feel like. Zaleen, I'm going to go to you for it. Sports after this looks different. How? Because I think something that we've heard from experts is the pandemic will end. COVID necessarily won't go away, but we've learned so much. So how does that adjust the future of sports?
Yeah, I think there's so many different ways to answer this question. Let me try, Miriam, to hit a couple.
Yeah, that's why it's the $1 million one.
I know. So from a business side, right, in the area that I work around partnerships and sponsorships, and Ishwara will probably kind of feel what I'm saying. I think the way that brands engage with properties in terms of what their contracts look like these days is going to change. Terms and conditions of sponsorship contracts will change to account for things like this that probably were never even thought of before or contemplated before. And so, our legal teams are kind of working through what does that look like? How do we protect the brands that are associated with us? And how do you kind of foresee things that happen in the future that you didn't even know existed a year ago? So I think there's some things there on the business side that are going to be really interesting to see. I think from a fan perspective, from the ones that sit at home, so the 99% that are not at the games at an event, I think it's going to be an enhanced experience for them. I think there have been certain industries that have accelerated because of COVID. And I think how fans consume content and what they get to see, either from a VR, AR, statistical, analytical perspective, has all changed, and fans are going to be better for it. I think the fans that attend games, that experience is going to change as well. I'm actually really interested to see what happens there on how you protect fan safety and what different venues do to account for that. Because to your point, while people may get vaccinated, the pandemic, is not over technically, right? So there will be a different experience for fans as they enter and consume a sport in stadium and in venue.
And Catherine, how about from the team side? Sports after this looks different. How?
Well, I think it's the silver lining of COVID is that I think it led to the acceleration of many innovative and creative business solutions. So, like, for example, we were pretty much a stadium that was close to 100% mobile ticketing, but in our 3 games that we had fans, we were 100% mobile. And then we were all talking about going cashless, but COVID accelerated that. We probably would have done it over a phased in, maybe 2 or 3 year approach. We did it in less than 3 months. And so I like the innovation actually helped accelerate certain things, especially when it came to technology and safety. So I agree with Zaylene on our business deals look very different. A lot of things we never contemplated. I think from a team perspective, we contemplated canceled games. We contemplated games not being played because of work stoppage or labor challenges, but we just never anticipated playing games without fans. And so we've been very transparent and over communicating and flexible with all our partners to figure out what's the solution, because we didn't have a solution laid out in front of us. And so to me, those 3 things were so critical going forward, I think will be critical. But I think the number one thing to get fans back in the stadiums at full capacity is just safety. And I think that's the one area where we invested a lot of time and resources in, working with a consultant. We literally came up with an 80-page game plan, if you will, to open up safely. And it covered every single concept from communications to fans to how we blocked off seats, what our policy was in terms of pods sitting together, how many people we could safely have in a suite, the ingress, egress, no tailgate. It was an incredible document, but we felt really great going into it. And I feel like going through that exercise sets us up for success for the season 2021. So I think it's going to look different, but I think I see the light at the end of the tunnel, and I feel somewhat cautiously optimistic that we may not get back to 100% like life before COVID, but I do think we'll have plans in place to make it safe for our fans, and we'll get back to life as normal.
Well, I recently heard someone say, good leadership really shines through in difficult times. Ishwara, that was you. I heard you say that in an interview recently. And just on the topic of leadership, Catherine, you bring up silver linings. I think one of them being we have seen good leadership shine through. We have seen how important that is. Ishwara, I wonder how you identify leaders on your teams. What characteristics do you look for when you're either looking to hire someone or promote someone for your team?
Yeah, first from the industry perspective, I would say that COVID has actually really strengthened the partnerships that we have. I sit on the other side of partnerships from Zaylene and Catherine, negotiating on the brand side. And COVID was a difficult situation for many of our partners. And we recognize that, and it wasn't anybody's fault. And I think, it's difficult, right? Hosting fans in person, no matter how great the digital experiences are, it's just not as great as hosting people in person. Like it's just very hard to make the assets as valuable when there's no one in the stands and we can't bring, our customers. but it really shows the power of relationships and leaderships that you can work through it and continue to build trust. But from a hiring perspective, I always say that I look for three things. I look for people who are really smart, people who are hardworking and have a good attitude, and someone I can hang out with. Like, we all work in sports, so we spend a lot of time, getting delayed at airports together, sitting through games together. And, before COVID, I definitely spent more time with my colleagues than I did with my family. So it really matters if you like one another and trust one another. I figured the rest I can teach you. I can teach you the sports industry. I can teach you how to negotiate a deal, but I really can't teach, intelligence or good attitude or integrity or, drive. I want people who want to be here. We're really lucky to work in sports. And unfortunately, being a sports fan is not enough to work in sports. I mean, it's necessary, but not sufficient. The sports business is more than just being a sports fan. And we're still a business, right? We still have accountants and lawyers and HR people and deal people. And we're really lucky to do this. So I want people who want to be here with me, because it's hard work. It's fun, but it's still hard work.
Zaylene and Catherine, you both shook your head when she said being a sports fan isn't enough for you to be able to work in sports. Zaylene, what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, no, I shook my head because I still, Ishwara, hear it when I interview people like, why are you here? Well, I love sports. I'm like, so do I get that, but what else? And so, it's so much more than that. This is a hard industry to be in. The hours are long. The problems that the industry is trying to solve right now are different and hard. And, you have to be really committed to solving those problems. I look for a couple of things when I'm looking for leadership specifically in people that I'm either promoting or hiring. I look for people that I think can lead from the front and the back, both of those things. So people who can set vision and see what the path looks like forward, but also don't mind doing the work. I want both those characteristics in the person that I'm looking to promote. I want someone who knows the rules of kindergarten, be kind, to share, to be humble. Like, all of those things are really important in a leader. And it's the things that I read on my son's board when I used to drop him off to school, right? Those are intrinsic characteristics that are really, really important. And then I look for someone who isn't scared of a big, hairy problem. Like, I look for those people that, are not just great executionally, but can look at a problem that I give them, or take a situation that's maybe a little bit gray and not black and white, and say, let me see if I can figure that out. And it doesn't scare them. And so, because leaders, like, you're not going to get something that is just, here's your math question and here's the math answer, right? Here is this really complicated thing that we have to solve, like, go solve it. And so I'm looking for people who, are curious and to have an ability to do that type of work.
So I want to kind of bridge these two conversations together, the challenges that we've faced during COVID, and then what they look like moving forward in sports with good leaders like the three of you. What are the biggest challenges? And we've kind of touched on it roughly, but what are the biggest challenges facing sports in the next 12 months? And Zaylene, I know that's kind of a different question for you, given you're planning for 2028, right? So, but what does the next 12 months look like for you?
Yeah, from an LA 28 perspective, let's talk about those games first. And I don't know if this is a problem, but these are the things we're trying to solve, right? We have 7 years now to build a really great games in LA. And our goal in that journey is, because we have 7 years, which is more than any other organizing committee has had. And we are doing this in LA, which already has great sports venues, sports and entertainment venues. How do you make sure the games are great, but also make sure that that's just table stakes for you? How do you do more than just building a games? How do you use the Olympic and Paralympic movement to change some of the things in this country that need to be changed? And so I'm talking about things like sustainability and climate change. I'm talking about things like diversity, equality, and inclusion. I'm talking about things like our education system. I'm talking about revitalizing arts and culture. And so those are the types of things that we as an organizing committee are really looking at problems to solve in the next 12 months and then beyond, and getting partners along with us to really drive that change. The other thing that we are looking really hard at with our partners at the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee is just more and better support of our athletes. It's a problem that was highlighted and heightened by COVID, but the stat I would give you is 60% of Team USA makes less than $25,000 a year. And so just think about that in your head, that the best athletes that represent this country are making $25K, which is not sustainable. And so, a lot of us across both the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee and USOP and LA28 are thinking through how do we better support our athletes who are, they're the engine of the movement in this country. We have to make sure that they're okay. And so those are a couple things that we're working on from an LA28 perspective. I think broader than that and very personal to me, because I have two boys that are 7 and 10, like I've watched COVID and the impact on them socially from school, et cetera. But I'm curious and really worried about the impact to youth sport just in general. And I'm hoping, especially in this country where we need kids to be out to play and playing, that we can pick up and start to move forward to get a lot of our young people out and playing sports, whether that's club or just recreationally. It needs to happen quickly.
The conversations that Zaylene's having for LA28, Ishwara, are these similar conversations that you guys are having at Verizon over the next, 12 months, what those look like?
Yeah, I mean, for us, the problem and question is still the same. How do you give fans what they really want? I mean, I always think that, we build products and we build technology at Verizon. So really you want to come at it from, hey, how could I make my experience better, both in the stadium or at home? And, the first thing you want when you're at a stadium or arena is you actually would like your phone to work, right? You'd like the Wi-Fi, you'd like to be able to post to social media, you'd like to be able to text your friends and see what they want at the food cart. So, but then how do you make the experience even better than that? Like last year at the Super Bowl, we did a multicam app so you could see the game from different perspectives. And then, what do I want when I'm at home? Well, what I really want when I'm at home is I want the game presented in a way that's interesting to me. Like I see the future being, an NFL game, or we did a bet stream with the NBA. So you could watch the regular NBA game just as it's produced, or you could watch a bet stream if you're interested in betting on the game, or one day maybe you could watch a fantasy stream so you could see how your team's doing up and down with the points. I think for us, COVID's really taught us something we already knew, that fans are social. Sports is inherently social. It's definitely better if you can go to the game with your friends or watch at a bar with your friends or have them over for a Super Bowl party. But how do you make the experience social even at home is something we're trying to figure out.
So we know the questions, right? We know the challenges. I wonder, what are the trends that all three of you are eyeing? And I wonder, because you guys do work in similar, kind of facets of the industry, but different. So I wonder where they intersect. So Catherine, let's start with you. What trends are you watching?
Yeah, I think one of the trends, which is obviously growing in the US and has continued to evolve over the past 2 years, is really in the legalized sports betting space. Originally coming from Australia, it's a more advanced industry here and in Europe than in Europe and Australia. So I think that category is just going to continue to evolve, and we've taken a cautious approach in the NFL. Talking about this about 2 years ago, and I think there were 4 key objectives that the NFL was really trying to achieve, as they dip their toe into the sportsbook world. And I think one of the most important ones, and I think it's important for brands and properties, is just protecting the integrity of the game. And then the second one is really maintaining our brand reputation, so making sure that we're continuing to not do any damage around that. And then driving fan engagement. The reality is, whether we like it or not, betting and fantasy sports and your March Madness bracket, it gets you engaged. You're more engaged in the sport because of this category. And then the final one, which was really where my role comes in, is how do you grow commercial opportunities around that? We have some restrictions in place at the NFL, but if I had a crystal ball, I think that eventually the USA will catch up with the rest of the world in the sports betting arena. And, I think there'll be some consolidation of brands, but I think ultimately there'll be incremental opportunities in the NFL, and it'll continue to open up the industry. And that'll bring a lot of other industries along for the ride as well. So whether it's technology companies, whether it's media companies, whether it's Verizon, I mean, you name it. There's so many different brands that there'll be a lot of synergistic opportunities. So I definitely see this space as a growing area, and that trend, I think, as more states become legal in this space, you'll continue to see this grow and grow. So that's what I'll be keeping my eye on in the next 12 months, is one of the things I'll be keeping my eye on.
Ishwara, sports betting, that has to intersect with you.
Sure. I mean, absolutely. I think we've done a lot around, March Madness and brackets and all of that. I think, for me personally, my favorite thing about COVID has been the insights into the athletes' lives. Like you saw the video of like Kendall Coyne Schofield, like squatting her husband, who's an NFL lineman. You saw like the WNBA players with their children in the Wubble. You saw the NHL posted these really great videos of players coming home after, quarantining and getting to see their kids jumping into their arms. Like, I actually think that's what fans have really been missing and love. I think it's been great for the athletes and the fans to be able to connect directly to one another. And I think that's something that COVID has enabled. The one other trend that I think is really interesting that we've seen a ton of news on in the past few days is the big deals that the NHL and the NFL just did with all of the broadcasters. And I think, that's certainly great for the leagues. I think in particular for the NHL, I think it'll mean more exposure and more money, which is good for the athletes as well. From the other side, as someone who pays for a lot of these rights, I think I continue to think about how are they going to monetize these? How is this going to work? I mean, if you're a broadcaster or a media broadcaster like us or like Amazon, how do you do it? Do you sell more advertising? Do you do a direct to consumer product like ESPN Plus? How does paying 50 to 100% more in rights fees pencil out? How do you make that work? Especially when most people under the age of 30 don't pay for cable. So that's the trend. I mean, it's been going on for a while, but this was the first time I saw two leagues do deals where there's a lot of streaming rights, two major leagues. So that'll be interesting to see how it plays out over the next 10 years.
And Zaylene, how about you? What are you looking at for the Olympics? Either the most recent or like the most upcoming or 28?
Yeah, no, I'm going to piggyback onto what Ishwara was saying. Is I'm looking at two different things. One really tied to broadcast and content and distribution, right? I think, now we have, with OTT, you have a variety of ways to access content, and most people within a certain demographic don't have cable. And so they're looking at access to content in very different ways. I met a founder of a startup here I'm in the Bay Area, in the Valley. And he was, building his own sports content platform that allowed fans to see their favorite sports personalities and talk to them and talk to them while they were watching a game, right? And get their perspective as a game was, streaming or being shown. And, you see that with Amazon and Twitch. You see, ways to access sport that are non-traditional so that fans can watch the sport, but with a perspective of a personality or a person that they like to hear and see and believe more authentically, right? And so I think that's just going to proliferate. I think this industry is going to just completely blow itself up, which makes these broadcast rights and the deals that were just signed like even more like, oh my God, what is going to happen here? So that's one I'm watching really, really closely. The other one specific to the Olympic and Paralympic movement is just what happens with the NC2A and NIL. I think, this has the potential, right, to, in the US, go from a pool of athletes who are available for endorsement opportunities from 10,000 athletes or so, give or take, to 500,000. And so, this is going to, there's so many things to unpack there, but like, what that does to supply and demand of athletes, what that does to market pricing, how the NCAA will regulate what happens with all of their athletes from an endorsement perspective, how that impacts the athletes that come in and become members of Team USA. All of these things I'm kind of watching to see how they play out in the next little while.
Well, as we kind of come to a close of our conversation, we are nearing the end. Ishwara, you mentioned the human side of sports, and Zaylene, you mentioned, equity in the Olympics and Paralympics. That brings us to our kind of final topic here. And so the NHL has a great initiative. It's called Hockey is for Everyone, and it promotes the fact that no matter your race, religion, national origin, disability, gender, etc., the sport of hockey is for you. one of my favorite parts about sport is that I think that it's safe to say this concept extends far beyond hockey to all sports. So Zaylene, I want to start with you on this subject. You've spoken about how growing up, girls in your area didn't really play a lot of sports, but you loved sports and hockey in particular. And so you would hide your skates and your stick so that you could play because you just loved the game. That experience, how do you think that's affected your career path?
Yeah, Miriam, I was born and raised in Vancouver, Canada. And so it's not that a lot of girls or people didn't play sport. It was more because I grew up as a very, in a very traditional Indian family. And within that family, right, and that structure and the culture that surrounded me, it wasn't normal for a girl to play sports and then want to play hockey. Like those two things did not work well with my mother at all. And so, I had to find a way. I knew I loved it. And so I had to find a way to play without really telling her that I was playing. I watched that movie when it came out, Bend It Like Beckham. And I was like, this is my movie. Like, this is my story right here. Someone figured it out. I had to do that for a few years until I think she realized how passionate I was about it. And, now I've made a career out of a passion for sport. I think that's done a couple things for me. I think, it's made me realize that if you want something bad enough, there's a way to go out and get it. And whether that's, I want to play hockey when I'm a kid, or whether I want to take a job that will allow me to stretch my brain and a lot of my other muscles, and maybe that I didn't think I was ready for it. I have this drive in me that's like, let me try. I want to try and do this. So I think it's just some of it is just inner growth. The other thing that it's done is allowed me to really be out there at this stage of my career where I've been in here now for about 15 years or 20 years and want to give back and find those people who are in the same situation of like, hey, can I do this? Can I play? Or can I be in this career? What if I'm not good enough? Like, I want to take those people, women or men otherwise, right? And say, hey, yeah, you can. It is possible to do. And so from those two perspectives, I think that's been a lot of growth for me. I think the last thing that I will end with is, as you progress down your career or through your career, you start to take jobs that align with your values more so than you did earlier on in your career. Earlier in your career, I think it's probably safe to say that it was a little bit more transactional. I took the job at LA28 because of the values that it had and enforced around diversity, around inclusion, around co-creation. Like those things spoke to me, probably because of what I went through as a kid. And so, I think all of that experience has helped me get where I am today. I wouldn't trade it in. I do go back to my mom today, though, and I tell her a lot, like, see those women playing on the national team? Like, I could have been that person. And she kind of hangs her head a little bit, and she's like, but you love what you do. And I'm like, yes, I do. So there you go.
You could have been in the Olympics, but now you're helping plan the Olympics.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
And Ishwara, when Zaylene was saying you start to take jobs that align with your values more, you shook your head. What do you have to add there?
Yeah, and I would tell it from the perspective of a couple stories. One, I grew up watching sports with both of my parents, not just my dad. I went to baseball games with my dad, but my mom's a third-degree black belt. So, work at a company where people aren't surprised when you told them that you bought the UFC match last week and really enjoyed watching it, because men and women were fighting. And then last week I was watching a game with my husband and our son. We were watching a hockey game, actually, and my son tried to explain to me what offsides and icing was. And my husband and I both said to him, we were like, Matthew, your mother actually knows a lot about sports, so don't mansplain or actually boy-splain to her, what's going on in the hocky game. And, he backed off, but he learned something from that. Lastly, I will tell you, before I joined Verizon, after I joined Verizon, I actually spoke to my boss about it. I said, why did you hire me for this job? And I think this industry needs people with the courage of what he said. He goes, Ishwara, I really wanted to hire someone who wasn't a white male for this job. It was, head of BD and partnerships for Yahoo Sports. And he goes, and I interviewed a lot of people and I couldn't find any diverse candidates who had done this exact job before. He goes, so I said to myself, maybe I need to find someone, sort of this best athlete strategy, who's done enough similar things and has the will and the drive and the intelligence and the desire to win, but hasn't done this exact job before. And that requires companies being willing to take a little bit of a risk, because if you only ever hire people who've done that exact same job at a different team or a different company, the way our sports industry looks will never change. And if we look at our fans, they're all sorts of diverse. And how can we possibly serve our fans well if we don't look and think and speak like them? It's not just, yes, of course, it's great to have diversity and inclusion policies and it's great PR, but it's really not just great PR. It has to become good business. It has to help us make more money.
Well, so I'm interested because you just said your boss who hired you said there was a lack of diversity, and you've spoken kind of candidly about how you didn't maybe even realize when you were younger that there was a sports industry for you to work in. You knew you could be an athlete. So where's the root of this, I'll call it a challenge, and what are steps forward we can take to make sure that everyone knows there's a sports industry for them to work in?
Yeah, no, I've always loved sports. I wasn't nearly as good of an athlete as some of you on here, but I played tons of sports growing up, and I always had a fierce desire to win, even if I wasn't, quite as talented as some of you may have been. But I didn't really realize you could work in sports. I worked in banking and management consulting, and then loved it, and then had the opportunity to work for a former McKinsey colleague of mine at IMG, which I spent a long time there and loved. But I think it comes down to a couple of things. You need to be able to see the diversity at the younger ranks. It's the same thing you saw when I was at McKinsey. There were tons of women at the analyst and associate level. And then you see women around the time that they often start to have children, and just the paths up become more and more difficult. And you've seen it a lot during COVID too. Like, COVID has been particularly difficult on women and mothers. And I think we need to trust our employees to do their jobs and do it perhaps in a slightly different way. That's one of the things I've been working on as a leader, to be more empathetic and less judgmental and more understanding of the different ways that people work and can still be successful, and maybe even more successful, because it'd be better for everyone around me not to be just like me. I don't need to hire people who are just like me. What does that really accomplish? Hire people who come, like one of the guys who works for me is amazing because he is calm and patient and so much better at dealing with the accounting department at Verizon than I ever, yelling at accounting just never gets anything paid any faster,
Well, Catherine, you had kind of like an interesting start in the beginning of your career. You worked for the Victorian Rugby League, and you were the absolute only woman in that organization when you started, correct? What was that experience like?
Well, it taught me to hang in there. I can tell you, even before I got into the rugby league, I did a sports management degree, and this rugby league job was my first foray into sports. But I'll never forget when I first started out on my sports management degree, there was a professor, and it sticks in my head some 30 years later, and I distinctly remember him saying in one of my first classes, he said, half of you in this room will have to work. Well, at first I didn't know who he was referring to. Surely he wasn't talking about me. But then I realized he was talking about the women in the office. So I would say it probably wasn't a great start in my journey in the sports industry. So when I took my first job at Rugby League, I would tell you it was a lesson in perseverance. And so being the only woman in the entire organization, although admittedly there was only 5 of us in the office, so it was a fairly small state governing body, I needed to build credibility, because quite often I was questioned as the only woman in the office. Well, what does a woman know about rugby league? And so perseverance kicked in, and I was really determined to make a good impression. And so I actually decided to study up and get my rugby league coaching certification. So you may not realize from this that I'm a qualified rugby league coach, and I learned a lot about grassroots sports and how to, and that is, was my start in football, I guess. But I think it really taught me that, how do you build credibility? So you jump into a sport you may not know a lot about, or in the case of jump into a new job that you may not know about, that's okay. And how can you be a student of that industry? So I didn't know a lot about rugby league. So my way of building credibility within the office environment was to go out and get a coaching certification. And that was my way of working in, and I got street cred. The guys in the office like, oh yeah, she's a rugby league coach. And so it gave me a lot of credibility, but it made me realize that when you're looking at your career and paths in sports, it doesn't have to be linear, like a ladder. You don't just go up and I start in rugby league at the lowest entry level and I take a step up. What I found is that the most exciting part of my career over the last 30 years is sometimes when I take the biggest risks and like take a sideward step and maybe get out of sports or do something that's maybe sports related and then jump back in, it actually, it exponentially, improved my career or prospects by jumping out. So I would say perseverance, risk taking are probably the two things that I learned being the only woman in an organization. And it was the start of my career, which now I'm in the NFL. So it was kind of an interesting path to get here, probably very untraditional.
Well, I can't think of a better way to end this chat. Zaylene, Ishwara, Catherine, you are all incredibly busy. Thank you so much for taking the time. We really appreciate it.
It was awesome to be here. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our final panel where we, in partnership with Northwell Health, are recognizing leaders across the sports industry. In this discussion, we have the pleasure of speaking with three of the absolute best athletes in the world. We are joined by Sam Mewis of the U.S. Women's National Soccer Team and Manchester City. She was named the 2020 U.S. Female Player of the Year, and in 2019, she helped the U.S. bring home the FIFA World Cup. Sam, thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
And we also have with us Kathleen Baker of the U.S. National Swim Team. Kathleen competed in the 2016 Rio Olympics, where she won a gold and silver medal for the U.S. She also has 8 World Championship medals, 3 gold, 3 silver, and 2 bronze. Kathleen, great to have you.
Thanks. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, we're also excited to have Sarah Nurse of the Canadian Women's Ice Hockey Team and the PWHPA. She competed in the 2018 Winter Olympics, where she won a silver medal, notching a gold for Team Canada. Thanks for taking the time, Sarah.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and you know, guys, so Sam, you're in England, Sarah, you're in Canada, Kathleen, you're in Spain. We've all gotten very familiar with these video calls. You know, so happy that we could do it, because without these, we probably wouldn't be able to coordinate all of you together. But it's for kind of, you know, the most unfortunate reasons that we've gotten so familiar with these video calls. It's because of COVID-19. Really, no one has gone unaffected by this pandemic. That includes professional athletes like yourselves. Sam, let's start with you. What has life as a professional soccer player looked like in England during the pandemic?
Yeah, well, it's been very focused, actually. I think that because we haven't been able to do much outside of training and games with my teammates, I feel like all of my energy and all of my focus has just gone right into playing soccer, which has, I think, helped my performance. It's helped our team chemistry. So I think in that sense, just being totally focused on this one thing has actually been good. I'm definitely excited to maybe experience some things outside of soccer. The whole time I've been here has been pretty strict. But I think overall that in some ways we've been able to really just focus on what we need to do on the field, and that's been a good thing.
Well, and Kathleen, I wonder if it's been similar for you, especially during that pause when people, we just didn't know enough about COVID, so people weren't allowed to be around each other. And, you know, I saw swimmers on like Instagram swimming in these tiny pools. What was training like for you during that period?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely crazy. One, I just really enjoy training. It's my whole life. So I was like, oh my gosh, like, what do I do when everything paused? But luckily I have a really awesome coach who's super creative. I live in San Diego usually, and I was swimming at like the Navy SEAL base, on the Marine Corps base in San Diego, swimming in a backyard pool. So I was getting really creative to try to get training in. It wasn't the same intensity and things like that, but at least it was an outlet and sort of kept me in shape, because in swimming you can get out of shape in like a week. It's like detrimental. And I was like, I do not want to take like 6, 8, 12 weeks off and try to get back in the sport. It's so miserable, as everyone knows, to try to get it back in shape when you're out of shape. So I got to do that, and also just like enjoying having a little bit more flexibility, especially last spring, to spend time with like my friends and my boyfriend and like go surfing that I usually wouldn't do when I'm training 6, 7 hours a day.
Yeah, Sarah, did you have that period too where, I mean, you've been training, I feel like your whole life, right, for on ice, and then all of a sudden you're not necessarily allowed to? Did you have that period where you started to explore different parts of your life?
Absolutely. I think when COVID first came about last year, it was at an interesting time for us as hockey, because that's kind of transitioning to our off season anyways. So although the rest of our seasons were canceled and our world championships and everything, we were already transitioning to our off season. So the impact of it didn't really actually hit all of us until August, September, because that's when hockey season starts back up, and that's when we weren't allowed on the ice. And so this year, with restrictions being so different everywhere in the world, we've actually had to skate with maximum of 10 people in the entire arena. So we have like no team skates, no games, anything like that. And so it's been completely different for us because we haven't really had that team aspect. So finding creative ways to stay connected with our team through Zoom calls and through different things. Like we had a Team Canada baking challenge with like our players, staff, everybody with the national program. And I finished 5th. I'm not a baker, so like that's my claim to fame. And so I just think through this whole year, it's been about creativity and finding ways to keep yourself engaged.
What did you bake?
We had it was like a 4-week thing. Like it was serious. Yeah, I did cake pops, like little snowman. I made cookies. We had to do like a gingerbread house. So somebody actually made Canada House. It was crazy. And then I did for my showstopper, this big cake covered in fondant. It looked like a gift. Like I'll have to send pictures.
I love how Olympians can't even do baking at a normal level. You guys are like minimum 4 weeks bake off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Competitive.
So during this time, we've seen that fans are absolutely itching for sports. When all sports stopped, fans and consumers were just really reaching out for that. Sam, during that period, I don't know if you saw it on social media or whatnot, when you see your fans just really wanting you to perform, did that either reinforce or maybe reframe what your career means to people?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I don't know that I've thought about it that way, but I feel like not having those opportunities to interact with fans after games was really different. I think that as somebody who looked up to the U.S. women's national team as a kid, I remember how important it was to me to have a player come over after a game and maybe get an autograph or just wave at you. Like you felt so special. So to not have that interaction, there is this obvious distance created between you and the fans. And social media is obviously such a great tool to re-engage with them and maybe do something that helps keep that kind of relationship alive. I think once sports did start back up, and for me, we were playing in empty stadiums and are still playing in empty stadiums, you definitely miss the energy that they bring. You miss the cheers when something goes well, and you miss the anxiety and all the things that the fans bring energy-wise to the stadium. So I definitely think this time has reinforced just how important they are and how much they care and how much that really, truly helps us with our performance and just appreciating what we do and how it affects other people.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have such special careers where it does affect other people. And we see that a lot with the Olympics. I think in particular, it brings a lot of people together, not just behind a sport, but behind their country. So Kathleen, as an Olympic athlete, when you heard the news that the dates of your Olympics were going to shift, what was that like for you? Let's just talk about the mental aspect first. What kind of went through your head? How did you know that was coming? How did you react?
I think at the moment that's what I wanted to happen, because I was originally having such a hard time finding space to train, and California shut down pretty early on compared to a lot of states. So I felt like some of my peers were still in normal training, and I'm over here can't even go to a restaurant or even find anywhere to swim. So I had a lot of anxiety around oh my gosh, what am I doing? I'm missing training while my competition's training, things like that. And then it was sort of an immediate relief when it got postponed. And then it set in that I've trained this last quad cycle 4 years exactly for this moment. My training's been planned out. And then all of a sudden, I don't have that anymore. I'm probably going to have to do that entire year again. And the Olympic year is definitely the hardest on you physically and mentally. And then I sort of felt like I lost a little bit of who I was, because I'm so used to this very regimented schedule, and I no longer have that. So I was a little stuck, not sure what to do, because all of my identity I felt comes so much from the sport of swimming, and there's no competitions. I'm not a normal schedule. And I definitely had a meltdown, and I'm a team, it's okay to have a meltdown. You don't need to wallow in the moment for weeks and weeks, but it's okay to have that moment either by yourself or with someone you really care about who can support you and lift you up. But after I had my meltdown in my car by myself, crying because I was oh my God, the Olympics, what? I feel like I was able to sort of just turn that around and find different ways to improve that weren't just going to practice every single day, and also just enjoying the process and enjoying little moments that don't have to do with swimming.
Well, and Sam, you're a summer athlete too. So, Kathleen just spoke a little bit to the mental side. What goes into it? I know you can't explain to me in 45 minutes the physical side of training for an Olympics, but what happens when it shifts by a year? physically when you're training?
Yeah, well, I think a huge piece of that was just that, like Kathleen said, we weren't having regular trainings or games in that time. So I think all of us had this anxiety of, are we going to be prepared enough for this summer? And when the Olympics did get postponed, my immediate reaction was, okay, I have more time to prepare. The team is going to have more time to kind of gel together as a team. And I think that it was just that wanting to have your schedule back and wanting to have your training back, be played into games, be fit to play 90 minutes, and finding those opportunities, which was one of the big reasons why I decided to come to Manchester City, was to have these regular games. I think that was really important for everybody. But like Kathleen said, it is physically and mentally really exhausting to prepare for a world tournament, and to know that was, like, in our cycle, we have 4 years with the World Cup and the Olympics, and then there's 2 down years where there's no major tournament. And so just to know that stress and that physical demand was extended by a year, it was definitely a lot, but I think something that obviously was best for the Olympics, and hopefully will give everybody ample time to prepare.
So what I'm hearing is there was a sense of sorrow and somewhat loss, but also a sense of relief to give the athletes the best kind of environment to prepare to perform at their best.
Yeah, definitely. I think so. I mean, I have never been to the Olympics, so part of me was devastated, because just that opportunity, when you're so close, it gets moved. Who knows where you'll stand a year later? So I was definitely feeling the sorrow, but of course had that understanding that it was the best decision.
Okay, so Sarah, from what we've heard of Kathleen and Sam, and you're a winter athlete, but obviously you can speak to the part where Kathleen was saying, this is part of my identity. So when something like that shifts, it's not just unfortunate, it's, well, you really start to question a lot because this is what your life is. That kind of transitions us into our next topic, which is being a professional athlete. What don't we see? We see all of you at the ticker tape parades and on the podiums with your medals, which is fantastic. But what don't we see that leads you to these points? And I'm sure there's a huge list, but Sarah, if you could start.
Well, I mean, as female athletes especially, you really only see us at the Olympics, World Championships, or World Cup in Sam's case. You don't see us day in and day out like you may see the men, right? Like, there are always cameras, there are always stories being run on them. And so a lot of our time is actually spent away from the limelight, where you don't see. And you may see us achieve great things, or you actually may see us fail and maybe lose whatever match we're in or whatever we're doing. And so a lot goes on behind the scenes. And I think, just to both of their points before about the Olympics being moved, as Olympic athletes, we kind of work our lives in 4-year quads. And so my heart went out to all the Tokyo athletes, because it's like, you plan your life around the Olympics. That's a major event. And so to have that shifted, that's like shifting your life an extra year in advance. And so I think, as we think about what goes on behind the scenes, there's definitely a lot. There's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, as cliche as that is, that goes into having to prepare for special moments. And I think when we have the opportunity to perform in front of people and they see us, that's our one opportunity. And that's an extra added layer of pressure that people may not see.
Yeah, Kathleen, to Sarah's point, she was just explaining how, when we do see female athletes perform a lot, I think more in certain sports, we kind of only see them perform during these big events, like Sarah's saying, the Olympics, whatnot. Does that add a pressure when you perform? Do you feel a type of responsibility as a female athlete when you do have that chance in the spotlight to show what you can do?
Yeah, I mean, swimming is extremely popular at the Olympics and then not super popular any other year. So it's definitely something that I think about. And at the same time, I really just want to be an inspiration to young girls and young athletes, and also represent my country super well. And that's always something I want to think about. I had great role models growing up in the sport of swimming, where I had so many females to look up to, and I want to continue that legacy and inspire the younger people on the national team to become that as they get older too. And I think that on an Olympic level, that's such an amazing platform where you can share so many stories and just like represent yourself, which I think is something that's really special about the Olympics, is that we also get to hear so many of the backstories that are so important, that help us like get to know different athletes, and these stories that it isn't just the Olympic, that moment, that for me, minute or 2 minute race that gets seen on the TV. It's like all that's come before that and all that'll come after that.
Okay, so with all of this said, I want to try and exercise with you guys. And Sam, I'm starting with you, putting you on the spot. Here we go. So you need to complete the sentence, all right? I've given soccer blank, and soccer has given me blank. If you could fill in those blanks for me. Told you I was putting you on the spot.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like this statement, like you could see it as a trade-off. I think on one hand, I've given soccer so much of like my family time. I'm constantly away from home, constantly away from people who mean a lot to me. And I've missed birthdays and weddings and like really important things. I've missed holidays. I know my mom, like I missed Thanksgiving so many years in a row. And my mom always was just like, oh, can't you please come home? So I think on that hand, it is so hard to constantly choose something over your family, over your heart. But soccer has given me like a whole nother kind of family. The teammates that I've had are people that are going to be in my life forever. The stories that I can tell, the championships I've won, I think that it was alluded to already, but it's so much a part of who you are. I was actually just recently asked, like, who is Sam Ewis off the field? And I really had to like put some thought into it and think about what that meant, because so many of my characteristics are from soccer. So it's such a big piece of my identity, and it has given me a lot of trying moments and a lot of anguish and stress, but it has given me like the purest joy as well. So in that sense, I feel like I owe the sport so much.
Okay, and I want to hang on to what Sam said about identity, because we are going to revisit that. Sarah, I wonder if you echo similarly when you complete the sentence of I've given hockey and hockey has given me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, we've all had to make, I have a tough time calling them sacrifices when it comes to sport, because ultimately it's what I want to do, and it's where I want to be. And so I guess when I think of your statement, I kind of think of, I started playing hockey when I was 5 years old. So I was this like raw, new, untainted thing. And then going into hockey, I feel like it's empowered me to find out so much about myself. And it's really given me so many of like attributes and traits like leadership, the ability to communicate, networking. Like I just feel like hockey has given me so much, and it's really helped empower me to be the person that I am today.
And well, so again, from what you're describing though, is like you start from such a young age, and it is part of who you are. It helps create who you are. And Sam, this is exactly what you were explaining. It's part of your identity. And that's why I think when people talk about professional athletes like yourselves, especially as of late, mental health plays a huge part in that. I think it's a conversation that maybe has come to the forefront, maybe even a little more in the last few years than it had previously. So Kathleen, in what ways though, for swimming specifically, does mental health intersect with your profession?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it is, and like across the board, I don't know how much of a difference it is in sports, but I always look at like we pick our Olympic team at Olympic trials, and it's one of the worst moments probably of my life, and I've made the team. And they always say it's not always like the most talented who make it, it's like the most mentally strong or tough. And that goes all the way back into mental health and making sure that you are not just so wrapped up in swimming or your sport that that's the only thing that is bringing you joy or happiness. And I think that that is something that as a sport we could do better on, is finding like outlets, and definitely something I could also do better on, finding outlets that bring you joy and self-worth outside of the sport and performance. And I think that also within that, there's transitions in life and in professional sports, moving from collegiate to professional. Swimming, there's this like lonely factor that you used to be surrounded by this whole team, and now you're pretty much by yourself doing your own thing. You have a lot of I guess pressure on yourself, and making sure that you're still finding that circle and not getting yourself in too wrapped up in like a lonely hole, I guess. And so just keeping that like people around you who can raise you up, whether that be your coaches, teammates, friends outside of your sport, which it's so important to have those too when you have time, of course. And I think just keeping as much of a positive attitude and looking at it that this is still a sport. I did this because it's supposed to be fun. I started when I was 8 years old, and now I'm still doing it and still having fun, and not getting so caught up in making money, best times, world records, medals, and still just enjoying that moment sort of helps my mental health stay on the positive side of things.
Well, I'm always so interested when athletes decide to make that jump, those who can, from collegiate to professional, and kind of what goes behind that decision. Sam, can you explain what that jump looks like for you and how you went about making that?
Yeah, well, I, from a very young age, wanted to play professionally, but the leagues in the US had been off and on during my adolescent years. And so I was never fully sure that there was going to be a professional league when I was done with college. But the national team was always strong ever since I watched the 1999 Women's World Cup. I wanted to be on that team. So I kind of always had my sights set on that, literally from when I was 7 years old and all the way through college. And luckily, I was getting called into camps with that team, and I knew that it was a realistic possibility. And also, luckily, fortunately, there was a league, the NWSL, as I was leaving college. So I entered the draft and got drafted to Western New York, where I played for 2 seasons. And I think for women's soccer in the US, that has been a very steady growth ever since. And I'm really excited for the sport. I hope that this opportunity continues to be available and that we can continue to make it an even more promising career for women.
So along that path, when did you start to consider mental health as it pertains to your career? Do you remember kind of the first time when you really did consider maybe your own or a player, like a teammate's mental health?
Yeah, I think that I was always so self-critical, and I had a few close friends growing up who were even more self-critical than me, and maybe to a place where it didn't help them. I think that during your adolescent years, when you don't really know what's going on, you have all these hormones happening. It's such a crazy time to expect yourself to be competing at a high level under stress. But I was playing in some youth World Cups. I was deciding where I wanted to go to college. And I think that I learned to handle stress by being very organized. And my approach to anxiety and stress around my sport is to make lists of things. And I think that.
So that's all I needed to do to make the Olympics was make a list?
Yeah. No, I mean, obviously it's a very prevalent issue. I think this is what's worked for my minor case of anxiety, but I do think that in soccer and in sport in general, it's something that we haven't talked about for very long, and I'm glad that it's coming up more recently, because it's definitely something that not only can help performance, but it of course will help people's lives if we can get people's mental health in a really good place.
Well, Sarah, how would you assess the ways in which people, athletes, coaches, fans are talking about mental health as it pertains to athletes?
I think in terms of athletes, we've seen obviously the prevalence of mental health and I guess the stigma ending about reaching out and getting help if you need to. And I think we've seen in the last few years how highly mental health and mental performance is regarded, because I've been working personally with a mental performance consultant since I was 18 years old. And so I think the impact of your mental health is just as important as that training load. My strength coach and my mental performance consultant are on the same plane. And I think that that's something that's so key. I look at with my own experiences making the Olympic team myself. I don't think it was necessarily because I was, that much better than the people that I was competing against. But I think because I was able to leverage my mental performance consultant and really get my mind right, I think I had an advantage over who I was competing with. And so from a high performance standpoint, I think that it's so important, and it's going to help, future generations of athletes be incredibly successful.
Well, and Kathleen, for people who aren't Olympic athletes, who maybe don't have access to these coaches like Sarah's describing, outside of those professional coaches, where do you find your support systems?
For sure, my family and my boyfriend. My poor parents, I call them like literally every day and tell them what I do in practice. And they're so supportive and have been there every step of the way. And I'm so fortunate to have an amazing family who knows enough about swimming after this long, and a sister who swam. So they sort of get what I'm going through and are always there to pick up the phone. I also really have a great relationship with my coach. And I think that's really important, is being able to be honest with them, and then also just having really good teammates. A lot of my teammates are not training with me. We're scattered around the country. And I think that just knowing that we all have each other, especially during COVID, we were having like weekly Zoom calls where we would dress up or do something fun with my national team teammates. So just having a good surrounding support system that you can really rely on. And for me, my family and my boyfriend are so great that I can come to them without feeling like judgment. And I can really let them know if I'm struggling or if I'm having a hard time overcoming adversity or anything like that. And I think being able to find that outlet where you can vent without judgment is so important, especially when you're feeling a lot of pressure on you, whether that be through just your own self or just training for the Olympics.
Well, I love how you said your poor parents get calls. I'm sure from their Olympic athlete daughter, they are fine getting those calls. Those P&G commercials get me all the time. I'm sure they're very happy to get your calls, Kathleen. But as we're nearing the end of our discussion, I do want to transition to our final topic. Sam, I'm going to start with you on this question. Do you think as a society, people in general consider you three female athletes or athletes who happen to be female? And is there a difference?
I think there is a difference. Yeah, I think that, of course, I would want to be seen as an athlete who's then is also a woman. And I feel like in global, like my experience in the US, my experience here in the UK has been a little bit different. I feel like it's possible for things in general to be getting better, but still not be good and still not be where we want to be. I also feel like America is really diverse in opinion on this, and that there are certainly some people who love women's sports and love watching and are big fans and want to invest in it. But at the same time, for every one of those people, there is some other people who totally disagree, don't think that it's worth investing in, don't think that the product is as good. And I am inspired by changes that we've seen, but I know that there is still a lot of work to do in this area. And that work, I think, includes changing that perception that we are just female athletes and that we are athletes. We just happen to be women.
Right. Sarah, I wonder, have you run across that being referred to as a female athlete rather than, just a hockey player, an Olympic hockey player?
Definitely. I think that, like Sam, I want to be referred to as an athlete who happens to be female, because I think it is important to make that distinction. But I think that we've had a lot of people doubt us and say that we only have gotten to have certain opportunities because we're female and we're seen as a little bit inferior to the men and to our male counterparts. And I think that's very unfortunate. I definitely think that the tides are changing, and, change can never happen fast enough. But I was actually watching an interview the other day with Doris Burke, and she says, change takes everyone. And it's so true, because it doesn't just take the women. It doesn't just take BIPOC individuals. Like, it takes everybody for a change to happen. And so, again, like with the next generation of athletes, I really want them all to be seen and have equal opportunity, because I think that's the biggest piece. That's what we're lacking, is equal opportunity.
Well, Kathleen, working off of Sarah's comment, as a professional athlete who is a woman, do you feel a large responsibility to help kind of reach this point of equity?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's not even just in like how many people support women's sports. I also see it in like how women are supposed to act in sports. I always use the World Cup as like a really great example of what I love is that like you guys celebrated so genuinely, and I feel like so like few times in like my sport do women actually like go crazy and celebrate their success. It's definitely more on like subtle levels that compared to the men, and I think that was just really awesome for people to see. And then at the same time, like I love being able to be feminine in my sport. I love wearing earrings, getting my nails done, having makeup on when I compete, all of the above. But I don't think that that needs to be something that takes away from me being able to win an Olympic gold medal or break a world record or anything like that. And just sort of looking at more and more athletes and female athletes sort of just rising to the occasion and being these stories for younger kids to look up to, and hopefully that just keeps setting the tone. I mean, I definitely feel like we've seen improvements in my time as a professional athlete or even just in college, but I feel like we have such a long way to go where it isn't so different from male to female in mentalities that are acceptable, and also how much I guess attention that male versus female athletes in sports get.
You raised such an interesting point about Sam and her team celebrating so genuinely. Sam, you are absolutely one of the experts to talk about bearing this responsibility of equity and reaching true equity. You personally, what has that been like? I guess after following the World Cup, you guys had so much attention and it's continuing on. Is there a sense of responsibility when you go out on that field? Is it something you think about?
I think that it's actually, for me, I think I'm able to separate my work off the field in areas of equality and social and racial justice, and my play on the field. I try to just focus on what I need to do for the team to win. But I do think that in every opportunity that I have, it's important that I talk about these things. And in that sense, yeah, of course it's a responsibility because I want to see change, and it, like Sarah said, it's going to take everybody to be involved in that. So the things that I have learned over the past few years with my experience with equality with the national team, and even a lot this past year with racial equality, I think that until for gender and pay equality, until we see that overinvestment in women's sports, the expectation on returns can't be the same. If you invested $100 in one thing and $10 in another thing, you're going to make more on the $100 investment. So what we want to see change is for companies and people to recognize that you can't just continue to throw out smaller amounts at the women and expect them to make you all the same money as the men. We really need to see overinvestment in those areas. And I think that that's something that it took me a while to fully grasp and understand. And I've learned so much from my teammates, but it's something that I want to share, and I'm trying to make other people understand and accept.
And I think when we look at an issue like equality, gender equality specifically in sports, obviously there's the long-term goal, and that's going to take some time. But there are also some short-term things that people can do in the meantime before we get there to better the situation. Sarah, I don't know if you feel similarly, if there are some things in the immediate that can be done so that we can reach that goal maybe even quicker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I look this year, I'm part of the Professional Women's Hockey Players Association. And so obviously this year has been completely different than any other year, but we're seeing a lot more involvement with media. And so prior to this year, we haven't had our games broadcast nationally on TV at all. Like if our games are streamed, we call it like the doorbell camera. You can't really see anything. Quality is terrible. So who's going to pay for a stream like that? But it's actually incredible what happens when you pull out all the stops and you actually broadcast a game nationally. People are flicking through their channels and they turn it on. And they're like, wow, this is actually really good. But they didn't see that before because one, they had to search for it through the internet, and they didn't have access to it. And so it's when we see that investment, we see that really good things happen. So that's something that on the media side, I think is very crucial. And I know that us as in our respective sports, we all have very passionate fans. We all have very passionate supporters. And so when we do get to be back and playing in our arenas and our stadiums, like buying tickets and coming to see us play, supporting with merchandise sales and everything like that is really important for us and obviously to our investors for return on investment, but it's all about the support. And I know that social media has been such a huge tool for the last few years. And I think that it's going to continue to be a huge tool too.
And Kathleen, in media, you mentioned earlier that you said that swimming is covered heavily, during the Olympics, maybe not so heavily outside of the Olympics. Can you talk about maybe media's coverage of swimming, and especially as it pertains to gender, and maybe some steps forward that could be taken?
Yeah, definitely our most attention we get is always the Olympic year. We have 2 world championships within an Olympic cycle of 4 years, and those still receive some attention, but definitely not the same, which is sometimes crazy because, like, just as exciting things are happening, people are still breaking world records, like having these crazy milestones that like no athletes have ever done. And on the gender side of things, I look at some of the athletes that I compete with all the time who are like breaking barriers. And I think about how if a male swimmer was breaking barriers, then it would be a little bit more blown up. And I think a little bit of that is changing in the sport. But luckily with swimming, we do have like a little bit more of a gender equality because we are like one team, male and female. We don't like really compete separately. But I definitely feel like as females, we have to go above and beyond, or often are compared to our male counterparts. Like we have a very good swimmer right now, and like they're the female Michael Phelps. I'm like, nope, she's just Katie. She is just her, and she's setting her own path. And at the same time, I think it's really great that our sport has so many prominent males in it that we can have amazing athletes, but our females are also doing amazing things. And hopefully this summer that we will be able to see an equal amount of attention to both. I don't always feel like it's unequal, but a lot of times I look at, you have to go above and beyond as a female athlete, and that is not just in the water. You need to be saying the right things in media. You need to be acting a certain way. You need to have this amount of sponsors. You need to look a certain way. And I think that on the male side of things, it's so much more based on performance.
Well, as we end here, Sam, you already somewhat alluded to this, but are steps being taken in the right direction? If so, are they going fast enough? Like, can you just update us on where you think we are in terms of gender equality in sports?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think that there's a lot of room for improvement, but that's not to say that things haven't gotten better. I think a perfect example, the NCAA March Madness bubble for the women with the weight rooms. I think an example of, obviously that wasn't equal. There was not like any kind of equality in those situations. But then at the same time, you see, I supported this. You see a company like Dick's Sporting Goods respond and want to supply all of these weights to the women. And in that sense, it's like, is it good enough? No. But are people and some companies that are responsible taking steps to improve it? Yes. So we have a lot of work to do, but I am optimistic that with women leading the way and working on this, that we can get to a place of true equality.
And Sarah, do you feel that for a young 5-year-old starting out in hockey like you did, is there more of an opportunity for her to play professionally than maybe you had? We're moving in the right direction?
We are moving in the right direction. I know when I grew up, I didn't know that other girls played hockey at all until I saw the Olympics in 2002. Like, I actually thought that I was the only girl who played. And so the fact that young girls have their own organizations and their own leagues from when they're small all the way up through high school before they go off to college, I think is so amazing. And it gives me so much hope for the future and getting girls involved in the sport. In terms of the professional level, we've been bringing a lot of awareness to what we're lacking at the professional level with hockey. And especially in Canada, we call it our national sport. And so a lot of people should be outraged that the fact that we cheer on our women every 4 years at the Olympics, but then we don't really care about them in the 4 years in between. And so as we look to move forward with what we're doing in the PWHPA, again, traveling around to different markets when we're able to, and playing hockey and bringing new supporters and fans and investors in, I definitely think that young girls growing up are going to have a great professional league to play in one day.
Amazing. Well, that I think is a great note to end on. Sam, Sarah, Kathleen, you are all so busy. You're around the world competing. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.